1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm just going to start streaming. We just need to test. I mean, I need to test. It's going to work fine. Work fine. At the end of the day, it's a card game, right? So, also working fine, hopefully. Righty. So today idea. I need to do the full screen. Today idea is just to try to grind off those 50 quests. So we're probably talking about playing 30 games or more, because most of the games right now I'm losing, unfortunately, due to the fact, well, firstly, I don't know the cards mechanics. Secondly, I don't have like really any like decent deck to play anyway. So the Avalanche I played last time. I just wanna check something before I start. Right, so the first deck I started was Avalanche. Yesterday I played Dungeon Delving. I don't know why we have the number 1 here. So today I'm going to play the rest, and maybe I will try to play the rest. I'm just going to jump to whatever control center. I'm just going to press edit the deck to try to actually to read through, to try to understand what's going on with this deck. And after a brief look, just going to play this. So you have the reject for 2 mana. Is an instant speed. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell unless its controller pays 3. Okay, so that's a good one. That's actually a counter spell basically. Target creature or planeswalker. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting into its own or graveyard. Okay, so happy with this one. I think that's even supposed to be 4 copies of this. So we are having some Soothsayer Adept. Draw a card and discard a card. I never was fond of those mechanics, to be honest. Like, but whatever. I mean, do you really want to change something? I mean, first few games I'm just going to play whatever start as it is, and then probably I will just put more counter spells instead of some crappy creatures. Tazim Royal Mage. What does it do? It's just 2/1, but we have the kicker option, which is when Tazim Royal Mage enters the battlefield. If it was kicked, return target instead. Is one target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so you can actually. This is useless, isn't it? 6 mana to take out war counterspell. Well. Because kicker is additional cost, right? You might pay an additional cost, so that's like this is rubbish. 6 mana. Although I know this is like a start deck, but started decks are always like not really good, isn't it? Elder Fang Disciple. So you have 2 mana 1/1. When Elder Fang Disciple enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. So that's great. That's like supposed to be like 4 copies of this. Then we have the flanked for 2 mana. What's that do? Target creature gets -XX until end of turn, where X is 7 minus the number of cards in that creature's controller's hand. Okay, so that's going to be a 7. Then from that 7 we need to minus the amount of cards. If the opponents have the few cards, so this is like -4, but still. Great card. Good removal. we just need to keep eye on the opponent's hand in order to play this correctly. Dragon Turtle. Okay, 3 mana, 3/5. I like the stats. Having the flash, I like the flash. The flash is you may cast a spell with flash anytime. You could cast an instant. Drag below. I don't know what's that. When Dragon Turtle enters the battlefield, tap it and up to one target creature and opponent's control. They don't untap during their controller's next untap step. Okay. Enters the battlefield. Tap it and up to one target. So you can tap a creature. And this is good. This is like really good. And I wish we have like 4 copies of this in this deck instead of some. What's that? Tazim Royal Mage. This is like. Yeah, I like the Dragon Turtle. Very nice card though. But it's just 1 copy, so we probably are not going to draw that anyway. You find the Villain's Lair. 3 mana, instant speed, choose 1, foil. Their scheme, counter target spell. Oh, okay, so we can counter spell or either learn their secrets, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. That's also decent card. I believe so, at least. 3 mana, 2 cards. Removing 2 cards, which we don't really like it. So that now I know the purpose of having the Tazim on the hand, but also 2 mana we're just going to play it, right? With 2 mana. I'll be always waiting to play this as a 6 mana card, which is like, Jesus, a really odd number, isn't it? Like 6 mana, 6 turn. Spending whole mana to take 1 card from the graveyard. So what we are going to look then in the graveyard, because I don't know. So far I don't have no idea yet. Callous Blood Mage, 3 mana 2/1. Callous Blood Mage enters the battlefield, choose 1, create a 1/1 black and green fast creature token with when this creature dies you gain 1 life. Oh, nothing exciting. You draw a card and you lose 1 life. We can choose 1. Okay, you draw a card and you lose 1 life, so that's better, I think. Exit target player's graveyard. I don't know. Draw a card and lose 1 life, I guess. 3 mana, 3/1 lifelink. When Koma's Faithful dies, each player means 3 cards. I don't know really why we need the mill in our deck. Poison the cap, 3 mana. Instant, destroy target creature if this spell was foretold scry 2. Okay, so we can play for 4 total costs, which is 2 mana, but before we need to play for 2 mana as well. Yeah, I guess that's alright. Destroy target creature and then we can scry 2. So we're just going to play this always on the 2nd turn. And then play for that 4 total costs. During your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card from your hand face down. Cast it on a later turn for its 4 total cost. And I don't even know what that word means.
Foretell.
Portal. Alrighty. What's the next? The next is the Contact Other Plane. Oh, this is some like Dungeons and Dragons mechanics, isn't it? Like roll a dice 20. Dice with 20 numbers, obviously the magic dice or Dungeons and Dragons dice. 1 to 9 draw 2 cards, 10 to 19 scry 2, then draw 2 cards, 20 scry 3, then draw 3 cards. The 20 is good, scry 3, then draw 3 cards. 10 to 19 scry 2, then draw 2 cards. And 1 to 9 draw 2 cards. I mean, it's instant speed. We can play with the opponent's turn. That's good, right? By full mastery, so it's instant 4 mana, 3 colorless, 1 black. You may pay 2 mana rather than pay the spell's mana cost, and if the cost was paid, and opponents draw a card. Wait, what? You may pay 1 colorless and 1 black rather than pay the spell's mana cost. What was the point then to paying the 3 and 4? If the cost was paid and opponents draw a card. Okay, so you can play for 2, but then opponent can play the card, exile target creature or planeswalker. I don't think so. Do we really need to do that like for 2 mana to removing? It's just if we really want to utilize whole mana and we're just playing something, for example, for 4, and then we need to 2 to finish off, then it's good. Although 1 card drawn by our opponents, it's not that a big issue, but sometimes it might be. Sometimes it might be. In some scenarios, some cases might be. Okay, so we have 4 mana for free. Creature Ooze. The Latinius Cube. Okay. Engulf. I don't know that mechanic. Or maybe this is just the name of whatever is going to happen. Engulf, when Gelatinous Cube enters the battlefield, exile target non-ooze creature and opponent's control until Gelatinous Cube leaves the battlefield. This is like similar thing from the Hearthstone. There was like a creature you putting on the table and you can munch some other creature. I believe so. Okay. And dissolve. You can spend 2 mana, 1 black, 1 colorless. Put target creature card with mana value X exiled with Gelatinous Cube into its owner's graveyard. Put target creature card with mana value X exiled with Gelatinous Cube into its owner graveyard. So we entering the game, we exiling the target non-ooze creature from opponent's control. And then if they want to remove our Gelatinous Cube, we just playing dissolve and we actually put target creature card with mana value. Like for example, mana value is going to be 5, so you can take the creature with mana value 5 and exile another creature. So basically we can remove 2 creatures with 1 card. If I'm not mistaken, if I understand this correctly, and just shame it's just 1 card. Then we're having this Cool Ride, which is 4 mana, Sorcery Spirit, target opponent, discard 2 cards if fewer than 2 cards were discarded. This way, you draw cards equal to the difference. Well, we're just going to draw if he didn't discard anything. And then we can play the Fortel. And then we can play for the Fortel cost, which is 2 mana, okay. So like 4 mana is kind of like, we don't really want to play, but the thing is like on the second turn, if we don't really have anything better to play, so we can play for the Fortel cost, and on the third turn, play something for 1 mana and play the School Ride, although there's already like 1 mana drops in this scenario and this deck, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, Lemur Desert Doom. 5 mana. Ooh, we have some legendary creature, Dragon. Yay. It's a flying dragon. Although, I think the every dragon is supposed to fly, right? Lemuria's Desert Doom has word 4. I don't know what's the word mechanic, but on the left side we can actually have the explanation for it, so I'm just going to read in a minute. Word 4 as long as is untapped. Okay. So flying, a creature with flying can be blocked except by creature with flying or reach. And then we have the word. Whenever a permanent with word becomes the target of a spell or ability and opponent's control. Enter it unless that player plays the word cost. Jesus. I mean, this mechanic for me is new. Well, obviously, probably it's not new, but I don't know. Maybe this is just the mechanic for this expansion, the Dungeons and Dragons, whatever it's called. Also, I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. Like I said, I'm learning, starting to learn. So, but one more time, word. Whenever a permanent with word becomes the target of a spell or ability, and opponent controls counter it unless that player pays the word cost. That's great. That's like, you want to remove for free, pay 7. So you just, basically using all your mana to remove the dragon. So it's a shame we're just having the one copy of it. Whenever Learnig deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's amazing again. Then if you have fewer than 3 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. Then if you have fewer than 3 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. So we can use everything and we always will be drawing to 3. If I'm understanding this correctly. Learnig Desert Doom. Amazing card. Mind Flayer, so 3 colorless mana, 2 blue. Creature Horror. 5 mana, 3/3. So the stats are like but dominate monster. What that means: when Mind Flayer enters the battlefield, you gain control of target creature for as long as you control Mind Flayer. Okay. There you go. I already like it. Yeah, I was skeptical for a bit, but then like we can actually get some value from it, like additional value, not just the. Obviously, there can be just a body, right, for 5 mana 3/3. So that's great. Undersea Invader, 6 mana 5/6 flash. So flash is an instant speed, right? Flash, you may cast a spell with flash anytime you could cast an instant. So we have some nice blocker body. Undersea Invader enters the battlefield. Oh, okay, whatever. So never mind. Okay, so it's not going to be a nice block body, but well, at least we can play this in opponent's turn. Then you have the blue dragon. Some expensive dragon, 7 mana, 5/5, creature dragon, flying. Lightning bread? What's that do? When blue dragon enters the battlefield, until your next turn, target creature and opponent control gets -3 attack. Up to 1 other target creature gets -2, and up to 1 target. Okay, so we can choose 3 creatures, and basically it's -3, -2, -1. Although this is not like a flash, so you can't really play with the, opponent's turn when he's actually attacking, so there's not going to be much benefits from this one. Although this is until our next turn. So no. So excuse me. So this is actually great because we can play this. We can attack, and then we having like a next turn. Easy turn, sort of. That's 7 mana, so expensive, isn't it? And then we have the Black Dragon for 7 mana again for 4 flying, Acid Breath. When Black Dragon enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls gets -3 until end of turn. So we're just using this as a removal with the body for 4. So altogether we're having like 7 stats for 7 mana, so it's not really good at all. And then we're having like 9 islands, 10 swamps, 19 lands, 20 lands with, I don't know how I'm supposed to call this. It's sort of like a dual land, right? I mean, it's not really dual, but we can choose what we like. So we're having already 20 lands, 24 to 26, 24, the 4 tap lands with either we can choose the blue or black, and then we're having 2, which I have no idea what's that. Port of Carfell enters the battlefield tap, so it's a tap land again with adding the blue mana, but we can actually spending 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, so crazy amount. Sacrifice port of Carfal, mill 4 cards, then return a creature card from a graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh! Some sneaky mechanic to take out, probably, some huge dragon, right? To the board. So you're actually going to play from 20 with the 26 lands. Okay, so we're just gonna start. Like I said, I'm learning. I'm used to play Magic, but it was so long ago. So obviously I have no idea of any mechanics, any cards, but also with that being said, I don't mind to play. So Saturday, Sundays, I will try to get the Magic again. And idea for the weekends right now, it just for me to grind those quests. Although the 15 might be like really too much, and I don't know I'm going to do this, but we'll see. I mean, I don't mind to spend 8 hours, so maybe I'll manage. They want to put a little bit more of the audio. Not too much though. Voice and the ambience, I don't know about that. Okay, so just going to play. I really like this deck, but that wasn't... That's the control center. Control center. I'm just going to play best of one. Until I'm not going to do some like my own deck. Not like a Nets deck, but you know what I mean, like create something. Okay, there also 7 mana, 3 mana, 3 mana. The hand is kind of like really crappy. So obviously we don't want to keep it. Then having like lots of lands with the drawing mechanic. I think I just want to keep this one. And because we're having like lots of dragons, we just need a lot of lands, right? We'll see how it goes. Yay. Okay, so right now we're just going to play the lands. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and then we can't... It's like quite winny, and apparently we're just going to be dead before we manage to do anything we like to do. This is for counter target spell. Let's counter... It's just going to counter the creature spell, another creature spell. I'm just going to counter this, whatever. I mean, we really need to counter everything. What we possibly can. Also, I don't really see, like, how we're going to survive this. Okay, just going to play this for the 4-4 cost because, well, basically I just want to have the reject to counter at least one more creature before we are going to be dead. Although, we might not play anything right now. I'll put in the counters, so yeah. 3, 5, so we have like one more turn, right? Not so good. I mean, we can do some tricky part right now, which is going to be playing the Mind Flayer and basically grabbing that 3-4 to our favor. But right now we are not able to counter. Yep. Okay. At least we have some blockers, so that's alright though, but We need to survive somehow. So draw 2 cards. How many mana we have? The 3, 4, 5, 6 lands. Every attempt to play this, target 1, discard 2 cards. You draw. So yeah, I'm just going to play this. Basically, for 2 mana, he's discarding a card and we're drawing a card. Is a land? Maybe no, it's not a land. What's that? Ooh, that was the Starnheim Unleashed. That was the kind of really good card, right? To create the angels tokens. We have the 4 mana. We're having the 4 mana. I can just do the portal calls and then play this as an instant speed in opponent turn. Do I really want to attack? That's a big question. I don't know what that does. Whenever you gain life, puts counter on the target. Okay. But although we need to have the blockers. I'm not going to attack. There's no point. We need to survive some way, somehow. Okay. So he's getting bigger. A little bit bigger. Okay. So right now he's going to be a 4/4. And I have the instant speed, right? So I can resolve this. I mean, I don't really care, do I? And he's going to try to attack this 4/4, I believe so. With this 4/4. I mean, we can pass. I'm just going to destroy this. And cry 2 cards. So. This is like useless, isn't it? Instant or sorceries. Or maybe it's not that useless after all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. We're having 6 mana. I need 7 mana anyway. I'm just going to do like that. We need mana. We still need mana. We'll do the blue one. So we have the counter spell for the next creature he's going to play. And then we're going to play this with the end of the turn. It's 4 mana. Okay. I don't really want to attack at all. Although, I don't have any cards. So maybe I should swing with it. But if it was second spell, you cast this turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. So he altogether basically have like what? 3 attack? Although if I'm going to swing with this one, he's going to block this and basically he will get bird again back. I'm not attacking. I don't know, I'm too scared. We're having some control, board control right now for a bit. I'm just going to use this one. Yeah, I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Nothing really good, to be honest, but I don't get it. Like, so he's having something extra? No, so what was the reason behind to attack it? Okay. It's a shame we can't play this straight away. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 mana for everything we need. We can actually try to discard those cards later on. Yeah, we still need a blocker, so next turn. The end of turn. Just going to discard the land, discard the disciple, I guess. Or 5. Ooh. That's crap. That's like really crap. Yeah, we don't really have any answers, to be honest. I don't know really. What can I do? We have 2 counters for the creatures, but other than that, I think we lost. I don't get it. He's playing another one? Graveyard too? Okay, we don't need to block, do we? We're just going to draw 2 cards. We need to, right? Hmm. Well, with that anyway, because I don't have a free blockers. Yeah, too many lands. I don't know. Too many lands. Okay, I'm going to change something. Not like much. We're just going to keep the lands like they are. Just try to put maybe some useful stuff. This is like useless, I think. 3 mana. Also like really expensive. No use. 7 mana for 4. There is anything else we can play? Hmm. We can just add negates. That's already better. Having some answers for countering spells other than creatures. And I think that will do for now. Like we didn't had any answers, do we? Like we're just looking for answer and stuff. Cosmos Charger, 3 mana, 3/2, flash flying. Protein card from your hand costs 1 less. And can be done on any player's turn. Flying flash, okay. That's not bad. For 3 mana. Cool, right. Blue Dragon, I mean, I don't really feel like it's something good. Also, this Black Dragon is kind of like too expensive and not really much value. Future Skeleton Wizard. This spell costs less to cast for each instant and sorcery spell if cast this turn. No, okay, so that's not gonna cut it. So it's going to be for 4 mana anyway. Whenever diminished attacks exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, copy it, you may cast a copy. Oh, that's great. You may cast the image from your graveyard by exiling for instance 4 instants and sorcery cards from your graveyard and in addition to paying its other costs. By exiling 4 instant and or sorcery cards from your graveyard in addition to paying its other costs. I mean, we're probably not going to return that, but the mechanic of attacking and copying and casting is great. That's definitely better than whatever strange dragon it is. I mean, I think I'm removing this one as well. Although this is like sort of removal, so not that bad. The body, it's like, yeah, the body is crap, but the thing is we're having the removal with it, but also what's the point of having like 7 mana removal, right? So maybe we're just going to put something else. Magecraft, whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, draw a card. Cast or copy. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's definitely already much better mechanics as having something in the table which we can draw the card after all. On the 5th turn, 6th turn, 7th turn, so instead of waiting to 7th turn and do nothing pretty much. Oh. Graven Lore, what's that do? 5 mana, scry X, where X is the amount of ice spent to cast the spell. Oh, so not this time, not in this deck. Five mana for free flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh, that's something Nice. We're never going to play this with the kicker cost. 6 mana is too expensive. To play 3 Digins, whatever it is, for free flying. Casting some spell, we're getting +1/+1. Everybody are happy, right? What's that do? Seagate Restoration. 7 mana, Jesus. Oh, we can use as a land. Draw cards equals to the number of the cards in your hand +1. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand +1. Okay, so that's actually great because we can use it as a land. As Seagate Reborn enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 life. If you don't, it enters the battlefield tapped. Okay. So I'm going to play this because why not? So they want to change anything else? Feel like this is not really important. Also, I don't really try to change everything at once because then, you know, what's the point of changing something if I will just remove that in a minute and put something else? So I'm just going to leave it like it is for now. Okay, seems to be okay-ish. But yesterday actually I didn't change anything from the dungeon delving, so which I supposed to done this as well. Because those decks kind of are not really like playable. Invade deck? Why? I think that's just some bug, no? What they mean by it? Oh, yeah, there was some bug. No, there's deck validation field. Failed. I don't get it. Probably we're talking about the discard, right? We cannot use. I think so. We'll see. On salmon is always good. I don't know, that was the issue, but there's something like a alchemic's card, right? No. Having like 2 cards, which they shouldn't be. Well, unsummon and... Ooh, the Dijin can be. Okay. What about that school, whatever was he? No, we can play this. We're missing 3 cards. Okay. Oh, the Kraken. Obviously the Kraken. We're gonna play the Kraken. Kraken is amazing. Maybe add some... Ooh, so you actually can play the Duress. And there's no Duress in this deck. How come? How come? Oh, what do we want to remove? I kind of like the school, right? Which is like really expensive, but still you can draw the cards with it, right? Uh, I think like we are having too many lances. Well, 18, 22, 25. We might cut one. Maybe like a I don't know. I don't really feel like I want to cut. Oh, actually, we're having 26 lands. Sorry. Okay, so we might just do maybe like that and like that. Still, we can add another duress, right? Now it's the tricky part. Maybe this Archmage is not that important after all. And this 3 mana to 1. I don't know. Seems like everything is fine. I just want to add the extra duress, like 4 of it's supposed to be. I didn't know we even have on the decks, like on the library, on the starting library. Because the thing is right now, I'm just trying to not change anything on the beginning. I'm just trying to play those starter decks and then a little bit change them to the point where they're sort of playable. Right now there's going to be a playable deck, not like, you know, competitive or anything, but definitely it's going to be a little bit better. Cool, right? 4 mana, but we know it's not 4 because we're playing for 2 and then we're playing for 2 and we can draw the cards, we can discard this, so that's actually a really good card. Right now. $16, $17, right? I mean 18, 24, 25 lands. I think like good amount, just simply because those 2 lands are not really like, well, we're adding the blue mana, right? But we're probably gonna, you know, crack them and just do the mechanics later on. What can I remove? This is the one of those things like we can spend 20 minutes to just do the change, which is not like really huge change, right? But still, maybe just going to play on 2 negates and 4 duresses for now. Although I really like negates as well, and I think like 3 copies of negates not that bad, isn't it? That need to be that sort of like dump track deck, like we actually removing, countering, and blue black. I like that. Guarding removal, dragon turtle. We just cut this one. Although it's not that bad, 3 mana, 3/5 stats, so that's great. Destroy target creature, don't mind if I do. Drawing the cards. This is like a really good card. We can exile the card and cast the copy. Wait, what? Just give me a sec. Exile target creature of placeholder. Okay. Can exile the creature. Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer. I don't know. I just want to remove one card, but it seems like I really want to have everything what we're having here. That's the thing, right? Everybody wants the 60 cards deck, and I don't know what to remove. Although probably if I'm going to play with 61, it's not that bad idea. Nothing going to really change that much. I'm just going to play with 61. Who cares? Can play with 200 if we want to, right? Okay. Seems like I just like everything what we have. We might cut on one land, but then I don't know. Also really like a big difference, right? Totally different way if you're playing the competitive deck and you really want to draw exactly this card. So, having some opening hand, obviously. Having 3 cards. Not really having any black mana. But we are able to play like for 2 blue Soothsayer to try to get that black mana, right? I don't know, I'm just gonna play like this. I mean, kind of like, I don't really have like a big idea of what I'm doing right now, but it's going to tap, so we're going to play first. Going to be tapped, so that's going to go third. I assume, okay, we have the black mana already. So we're just going to play Sila Blue. We have any counter spells at hand. We don't have any counter spells. We're just going to play like this and like that. Pass the turn. Then we can just starting to use the mechanics of drawing a card and discarding a card. Which I don't really know what I want to discard right now because there's no really point of discarding anything. And each opponent discards a card, so this is no use on the beginning. I don't really want to destroy anything. Also, I don't really feel like I want to discard anything from our hand. I'm just going to press next. Just passing the turn. We want to counter anything what we can counter, right? So at the beginning of your combat, on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures that each have toughness greater than their power, transfer. Okay, I mean, it's gonna counter it. We really need mana, do we? Do we need 4 mana? Yeah. A free life, okay. So we have some option right now to either discard the cards or play this with the end to draw the cards. I'm just gonna do like this, like no attacks, skip the turn, draw 2 cards with the opponent ending the turn. We don't really need to block, do we? It's going to play the contact other plane. And hopefully there's going to be 10 or higher, so we can scry 2 and then draw 2 cards. Come on, also the target creature gets +3 +3 until end of turn. Okay. That's a shame. Do we need to block this? Not really. Although, do we need this for doing our, like, drawing mechanic and discarding? We don't really have anything to discard, so we can easily block this. So yeah, we have the mana. Just going to force him to discard something. Then we can kill that. He's having 3 cards on the hand, so we're dealing like 4 damage. But it's instant speed, and instant speed. We don't really need to do this right now. End of turn. Ending our turn. Passing the turn to opponent. Let me see what's going on. Few lands on the hand. Oran Reef Ooze. What's that do? 3 mana 2/2. Whenever Oran Reef Ooze enters the battlefield, put 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Okay, so that's going to be 3/3. Whenever Oran Reef Ooze attacks, put a 1/1 counter on each attacking creature with. Okay, that's fine. So we're just going to kill this one. This 3/3. I wanna kill this one. We don't need to block right now. Another land. So he's going to discard 2 cards, right? We just want to play this straight away. What was that? Exit target artifact or enchantment and the land, so wasn't anything exciting on the hand. And right now we're kind of like on the tie spot, I guess. Although there is some wolf right now, which I don't know what that do. Yeah, I'm just going to prep this for use that in a minute. So enters the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it to control a permanent with mana value 4 or greater, so that's why it's just 2/1 instead of 3/2. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, put a 1/1 counter. Okay, so he's not going to attack with this one. So you can just simply pass the turns. So So we can block this 1/1 because this is just 2/1. Which is great, which is great. So we can basically use the poison the cap to remove this 2/2 to scry 2. I'm just going to pass. It's going to scry 2. Do we need the mana? No. Not really, right? Do we need this funny vampire, which is basically way of blocking and drawing a card, right? Yeah, we're just gonna do it like that. It's my turn. How exciting is it? Okay, we're just gonna draw this card. You draw a card and you lose 1 life, okay. So we have some negate. It's going to be, you know, one of those boring games which I need to wait to get some more cards. And just going to attack for 1, yay! Ooh! Can we do something about it? We don't have the counter creature, but we don't really need to do anything about it right now. You're just going to play the cube in the minutes. And that's going to be a great answer. Trample and haste? Seriously? But still I'm not going to block or waste anything. I'm just going to pass this. Might just block the wolf, but although we don't really need to block anything. Because there's no point. Unless he's going to boost. We can't block. You're not able to block? Why is that? Trample and haste on this. No idea. Oh, right now we can choose the blockers. Okay, my bad. I don't want to block. Hopefully he's not having anything to add. And just simply because you can use right now the cube. So we need 2 mana. So we need 6 mana for everything to happen. So it's like it's 4 and 5. We have already 6. Although I'm just going to play the land anyway. 3, 4, 5, 6. We need more lands. We need 7 for something, right? And the Kraken is a bad idea in this deck because the Kraken is for the Iceland, so I just realized right now. Anyway, I'm just gonna to munch this fella. Can we use the ability? Mana value. That's the mana value, right? Or just going to just pay 1. I don't get it. I have 2 mana, I'm going to press play. Now I fucked up. Like really bad. Dissolve. Put target creature card with mana value X. So this is like mana value 1. So why that doesn't work? I fucked up because obviously I want to leave some blockers. Can't really block with this one because then I will return the cards to him. I don't know how it works. And we're just going to lose the game because I don't know how it works. Who target creature card with mana value X? No idea. Or maybe it's we're talking about this one, right? 4, so we need to pay 5 maybe. That's the right play, right? Or not? Hmm. Target creature card, so I can target a creature card with mana value X. Excite. Who target creature card? So this card which I exiled, okay. So this is mana value 4. Why that doesn't work then? Why this doesn't work? Okay, so we have the answer for this one and then we can actually block him. Like that. Okay, I'm not really happy. How much mana do we need? That's the land right now. Okay, I'm just gonna play the land, whatever. So it's a 4 mana. Oh Jesus, finally. Yay. Finally. Like I said, I'm noob. Sorry about that. I mean, eventually I will get everything, but I'm like full noob right now. Instant. Okay. We need to bounce this to our hand, so like playing 4 unsummons will be crazy good, but they're unfortunately we're not able to play them because they apparently they're not in the current meta. That's a shame. Then bouncing that ooze, that cube, and then putting on the table all the time, so we can remove constantly creatures, right? Okay, so just going to play the negate. At least some answer. Can block that. Nothing happening. Do we want to grab this creature zombie 1/5? I don't think so. There's going to be a better stuff, right, on the table. Although we will have like a free creatures, so yeah, I'm just going to play. I know, but actually having some board control, which is like really important part of the game as well, right? So we can actually attack. Always like that. Okay. I will draw one card at least. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. I don't know what we need that mana for flying. Trample. Oh, Jesus. I mean, we are not able to block this anyway, so... I mean, even if he's not going to block, we're just dealing the 8 damage and he's on 9. So that's a shame, but that's just a game. That was the second game. We're going to win something. A third game is a charm, right? So I'm just going to play another one with this deck. Although, I might check, because when a black or green spell... Oh, okay, that's good. When a black... Duresses. Why I didn't draw any Duresses? Like, put especially 4 into the deck. Didn't draw any. I mean, I'm not really like particularly looking for them, but I mean, the last game, because right now we're just going to mulligan for Duress. Yep. Now we can play. Although I really wish to have another one, we're just gonna keep it because, well, we need to remove one card. It's going to be what? Everything is so nice to have 3 mana, I don't mind. Draw and discard. Draw and discard, we don't really need that, do we? On the beginning, we just want to do like that and like this. And just show me what you got. And then we can remove the target creature. We are going to have the counter spells on this one. We are not really fancy of drawing a card. This is crap, isn't it? Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. When this class become level 3, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, we don't really like this, do we? And this is the proper way to playing the black-blue, because right now we can see everything what he is having on his hand. Unfortunately, with the Duras, we are not able to remove creatures. I think I need to like craft another copy of that Elder Fang Disciple because we just having the 3 copies and this is like really great. Second turn, so we need to discard something as well. Disturb, what that do? You may cast this card from your graveyard, transform for its disturb cost. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna block it. Or wait, what? This is first strike. I haven't seen this one coming. Okay. I'm just going to carry on with whatever. That's a shame. Didn't spot it's the first strike. We really want to remove this? Not yet. We're having two removals, we're having some draw mechanic. Okay. We're just going to draw some cards. Yeah, that's alright. We need 4 blue mana. Well, actually, 1 more blue mana. Seven mana to play this one. I mean, ideally, what we wanted to do, maybe play like a blue mana and then play this wizard. But then we don't having an answer for countering the stuff. So what I'm trying to say, do I really want to be tapped out? Not really. That's the sort of thing with like sort of counter spells like control decks. You never really want to be tap out, but also if you don't have a mana you can't really play anything. Yeah, I guess you can play it. I will pass for now. Yeah, I think there's no other way. I mean, it's just like two. And we didn't grab any land, so yeah. We have to play this and play that. And right now we tapped, so we screw. I'm not able to counter any spells right now. But think he's missing on land and he's just having some huge stuff like angels. Which he's not really want to play for. You don't want to play for 5 mana to have one angel, right? Oh, okay. We're going to live destroy target enchantment or exile target card from a opponent graveyard. Okay. So what we really want to do right now, no idea, but I think I'm just going to play this for the 4-4 cost. Or a total cost for 2 mana for later on. Then we're having like some counter spell. And we're not really attacking because we're having like 12 life, which is not really like crazy good. We can play this cool right with the opponents and... Ooh. Wawiwawa. The creature. Whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. Okay, that doesn't really matter, does it? As long as you have at least 7 life more. At least 7 life more than you're starting, which is right now. Total creatures you control get +2/+2. Okay, we fucked. Ah. Sort of we fucked, right? Yeah, we fucked anyway. That's what I thought. He's going to play some card to boost all cards in his deck. Yeah, we didn't get any answer. Can we do something like that? Alright, he's having the ward ability, which I need to play one. I didn't have the one, right? Another mistake. I'm going to win in the game if I don't pay attention to what's going on. Well, at least I'm learning. Okay, so it's lost, right? Nothing I can do. Yeah, there's no duress on the hand. But I think this hand is okay. Like 2 mana, 3 mana. Just going to do like that. And that's the top plant. I wanna play the top plant. We're missing a land. Hopefully we're going to get one soon. Somebody's away. We're just going to set up the next play. Portal calls. A legendary creature, human soldier. First strike, no. No creature spells cost one more to cast. I think this guy is just AFK, right? I think he can be AFK for 20 minutes and we're still going to lose with this deck anyway. Yeah, there's no point. That's a good strat to winning the games, I guess. Like, who really wanna check? I mean, who really wanna wait? Okay. Maybe this game is going to be normal. I'm just going to keep. Having 4 mana, we're having something to sort of trying to discard opponent's hand. Okay. Portal. Waiting for action. Okay. I think we just want to play everything from the Portal cost. Because then we're having the extra benefit. No really point to playing this just like that. Lifelink. Need to pay attention to that ward, like we're casting the spell, we need to pay extra ward cost. Yeah, I need to set up some removal. Maybe. Or maybe just going to do like this. That was a good one, was it? That was that crappy angel, Righteous Valkyria. Good discard. Very happy about that. No, we're just going to block this for 4 with our 1-1. Exile this saga, then return it to the battlefield, transform under your control. Wonder what's that gonna be. Nothing good. Probably nothing good. It's a shame we don't really have any mass removals here, so sort of again. On the losing position. Discard 2 cards. We can just play this straight way, right? But then we don't have 2 mana for the removal. So yeah, just going to play this for the 4th. Portal, it's called, yeah, Portal. For the next turn, and then we're having the removal. Remove something right now. Okay. Lots of creatures on the table. Two mana and drawing some cards. Well, actually 2 cards. Oh, that's actually good to have the negate, but the thing is we don't really have anything to block, so another 5 damage and 5 damage. Maybe we're going to survive 2 turns. We'll see about that. And that's not going to be a use to us. How many mana we need? 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, right? So we actually need the land. Oh, did we had already? 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, and now. That's okay. So we can play this, and what does it do? Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand plus 1. So whoa, I'm just going to draw 3 cards. That don't make sense, does it? I need to draw something like that, like actually drawing right now the cards. Then we having 3 mana left. Yeah, just gonna do it like this. Yeah, that's good, that's great. Just need to survive this turn. Shouldn't be that problem, because we actually having a counter spell for the spell. Like a sorcery or install. Not creature spell, so... yeah, that's the creature, so obviously we are not able to counter this, but that's not the problem, because we can just grab this. Also... that's not the way how I want to do it. I'm just going to do like this. And just keep it. The thing is I want to get the value from this, so we are going to grab 4 cards. That's actually quite good value. You gain 3 life, draw a card. Okay, whatever. Gain 3 life, draw a card. Okay, whatever. Then some equipment. Equipped creature can be blocked by creature with power 4 or greater. Do you want to block this? +1, +1. Okay, whatever, just going to counter this. I mean, I didn't really need to, I think, but better safe than sorry, I guess. Although this guy will be free, so you never know. I'm going to do this right now, I think. I don't really feel like the extra 4 cards is going to change outcome of this game right now. The land, we don't really need this, we don't need this. I really want to play this card, but also it's sort of like really good removal for something big. So yeah, we're just going to play this. And right now we can actually do whatever we like to do. And just attack. Although I don't think so that was a good idea, because, well, now he just played land. I mean, at this point we can just do whatever we like to do. And doesn't matter, you have 1000 life, because if you don't have anything on the board and anything on the hand, so that's like totally irrelevant, isn't it? Although I again forget about the words. No, actually we counter this. Kizumwa, so what's happened? Why we had some strange mechanic on the screen. The word is just when we actually targeting the card, so I can't respond this. But we had some strange stuff going on. Oh, right now I will need to pay. Cancel. 2 plus we have, yeah. Yes, sure. Sorry me. We just draw the card because we have that Archmage Emeritus, and basically he's having the ability of Magecraft, which is whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell with drawing a card. So that's what happens. That's great. And I'm just going to exile his graveyard. I don't know what for reason, but whatever. We can do, why not? For whatever reason that was. Exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from a grave, copy it in my... Okay. I can actually choose this and play. This is crazy. This is like super crazy. I'm just going to probably draw every single card from my deck and I'm just going to lose. But still it's funny to have unlimited hand. So ability, so I can just eat this right now. That's crazy good. We have the Juras. I really wanna crack this. Oh, we're just gonna play the Kraken because we can just play the card from the graveyard, right? That's crazy. Because actually I need to remove that Kraken. We are not able to play this Kraken because of not having any Icelands. So yeah, that was it. That was one first win, which was like crazy nice, but I already lose like 4 games in a row. Yay, first win on the day. Oh. Okay, where do we have control center? Adding the deck. I mean, at some point, yes, we are able to play the Kraken. But we are not really able to play the Kraken from the hand, right? So the Kraken need to go bye-bye. And there you go, because we actually had the not legal format. It's not legal format? For what format it's not a legal format? I have the pack. I'm just going to open the pack. But I don't get it. I want to play the standard. Okay. And I don't understand right now. We played this card. Literally a minute ago. I don't know what's going on. We're just gonna open the pack. Kamigawa! And I will just read it through because I have no idea about any cards. So it's 1 green, 1 white. Lifelink, enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. That's great. 2 mana, 1 free. Again, green and white. It's not my favorite colors, but also with that being said, I will try to play every colors at some point. Legendary creature. Okay, human druid. Put a lore counter on each saga you control. Activate only a sorcery. Lore counter on each saga. The cards which this guy on the last game we've been using those saga cards. When Satsuki, the living lore, dies, choose up to 1 return target saga or enchantment creature you control to its owner hand. Return target saga card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Return target saga or enchantment creature you control. So either creature or either saga. That's probably great. This is like already like 2 cards for some great deck. And green and white. Which I have no idea. What's the net deck right now these days? But I will look into that at some point. Flame Discharge. Okay, so it's a 1 red, 1 X instant. Flame discharges X damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a modified creature as you cast this spell, it deals X plus 2 damage. If you controlled a modified creature, I don't know what that means. But if you control, you will deal X plus 2 damage. Plus 2 damage, basically. And then we have some Thundersteel Colossus. 7 mana, 7/7. Trample and Heist. That's alright though, because it's a heist. So at least we're playing this and we can attack, and it's a trample, so that's even better though. But the issue is we need to crew this with 2, right? And the crew is a tap any number of other creatures you control with total power 2 or more. Oh, actually the crew means the power of the tap any number of other creatures with you control with total power 2 or more. So we just need to tap 1 creature. Be able to attack with Thundersteel Colossus. This vehicle become an artifact creature until end of turn. Okay, so yeah, so it's only artifact, but when we actually crewing this, it's going to become a creature, and then we can attack, but we need the 1 creature to be able to attack with. Reckoner's Bargain. 2 mana, instant, and as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact, excuse me, an artifact or creature. Okay, that's alright. You gain life equal to the sacrifice permanent's mana value. Draw 2 cards. That's amazing. That's amazing because we are drawing 2 cards, right? So we can sack this on the second turn, some artifact, useless artifact to draw 2 cards. So that's amazing. I mean, that's amazing. Like we, for example, running 4 copies of this and some 8 artifacts. Because like 1 copy of this one doesn't really gonna do anything. But card is alright, I think. Intercessor. I was supposed to spell this. Intercessor Arrest, I think. I don't know. 3 mana. Enchantment Aura. Enchantment Permanent. Enchantment Permanent can't attack, block, or crew vehicles. Its activated abilities can be activated unless the mana abilities. Okay. Can't attack, block, crew. So basically, we just For 3 mana, we can make the card with the permanent. Opponent permanent is useless. Intercessor Arrest, okay. And Kitsune Ace, what's that do? 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever a vehicle you control attacks, choose one. That vehicle gains first strike until end of turn. Untap Kitsune Ace. Okay, so this is some sort of like deck with vehicles and the creatures. Well, we need quite lots of vehicles to want to do this, right? 4 mana, crew 3. 4 mana, 6/6. Then we need to tap something with power 3 or more, so some creature. Not bad, but it need to be like a half of the deck, like artifacts, vehicles, like really huge ones. Like this is not that bad, right? 4 mana is 6/6, but at the end of the day, we need to still have the other cards to make it possible to play it. Okay, so that was it about the packs. We're actually having 2,000 of golds, which means we can buy 1 or 2 packs. I believe so. Mythic pack. I think I'm more fond of to buy the mythic packs to gather that mythics. So we need another extra gold. Or I might just go with the flow and just buy like 2 normal packs. But it's not really important right now. Okay. So, finally, I won 1 game. Only blacks or green spells. Black or green, so maybe I just supposed to choose a black and green deck. There is any. There is, actually. Okay, so we're just gonna play this as it is. Trying to figure it out during just playing the game. We'll see how it goes. Like 2-3 games to lose, then trying to change this deck to the way it's going to be a little bit better. Okay. 2 mana, 4 mana. I mean, because I don't know any cards, so instead of reading, we're just going to assess like. Can play the start target non-angel on demon on devil blah blah blah. Shape shifter for mana. 4 mana, 4 mana. It's like everything is too expensive, right? I'm just gonna keep it, whatever. We need 4 mana to play the cards, so basically need 1 more mana to be able to play. We should be fine. There we go. We have some human druid for 2 mana. We can play it next turn, actually. Equip with Jesus. And this is the haste and the druid. What's the druid to do? Whenever you cast or copy an instant social spell at 1/1 counter on. Okay. Yeah, so I assume we want to go with something like that. And then we're just going to play the tap land. Search for the land. We just boost this 2/2 to be like huge. But I think if he's having some removal on the hand, probably he have because the red and white. Equip creature gets +2 as long as the cards. Exile with Ether or Virtues have flying. Equip creature has flying. Okay, the same goes with everything else. I don't know, he's having Like a first strike or something. I mean, I'm not blocking right now, but I don't know, was a good idea. Instant or sorcery spell. I mean, we just need to play the land. Just need to play this as well. Boost our fella to play the land. Okay, so he's just going to attack, right? Then we can attack back, then we can instant, I mean, use the ward kill. We need to anyway. Four mana, 2 mana, 2 mana. Need to play the land. This stopped. Yay. How exciting, isn't it? Okay. He's going to attack. Just finishing the turn. Okay, I assume. Just need to kill this. What the fuck was that? It's just done like 7 damage. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you don't know the cards in the meta, but well, shit happens, right? Okay, we're just gonna go with this deck again. That wasn't that bad, actually. It wasn't that bad at all. Okay, 3 lands. I kind of like it. We're having the 3 lands. Actually having like a really decent opening hand. We can search for the land. We can play the ooze for 3 mana. For 4 mana, I don't even know what's that, but at least it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have like mana curve. Excellent mana curve. Put a +1 counter on target creature you control, then that creature fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, which is great, 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 great. Yeah, we want to search for the another land, I guess, just the sorcery speed. And also we are creating a creature. That's also a great thing, right? And we can boost this land to the Oblivion in a minute. I mean, that's the idea of this deck, I suppose so. Until the end of turn, target creature against when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner control. Yeah, okay. So, I'm just going to do like this and like that. Just going to attack with some crazy land. Going to be a game how to win with 1 land. It's not like clickbait, right? It's not like clickbait if we're actually going to win with this land. Double strike. Ooh. No good, isn't it? Twice up to one target creature you don't control, but he having a double strike. That's I don't know, it seems like everything here is like not really important, isn't it? And I'll just do like this and like that, whatever. I don't know, this deck seems like it's much better than the other decks without any, you know, changes at all. I didn't touch this deck at all yet. So he didn't want to block? Okay, I'm fine with that. Changeling, this creature is every creature type, okay. Exile a creature card from your graveyard, puts 2/1/1 counters on target creature. Okay, so that's great, isn't it? No, we won. Actually, he didn't want to block, but I don't know why he didn't concede then. Hey, finally, second game today. Won. I mean, I don't really want to change anything with this deck because it seems to be faster. I need to play one more game with it, maybe, or it's a black or green spells, so maybe some other variation. Decks. So far, we're playing Avalanche, we're playing Dungeon Delving, Control Center, Growing Hunger, which I didn't really take a look at all. So we're having that Feign Death for 1 mana, which is basically giving us +1/+1, but when the creature is going to die, it's going to return to our battlefield tapped. So that's great. Fireward kill to basically kill the non-angel, non-demon, non-devil, non-dragon creature, so that's great. Cool as well. Big play. The creature gets +2/+2 and gains reach until end of turn. Put a 1/1 +1/+1 counter on it. Dragon's Guard Allied. Unfortunately, just one. It's really nicely boosting because when we're playing, whenever you cast or copy an install or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter of Dragon's Guard Allied, so that's great. Emergent sequence. As you can see, we can even win the game with this. So we're actually searching for the land and we creating a creature. So we are putting a 1/1 counter on it for each land you had entered the battlefield under you control this turn. So usually it goes with 2. I mean, if we're having some other mechanics to drawing the lands, we can even do like 3/3 this land. And then we have some creature for 2/2. 2/2/2. 2 mana, 2/2. 2 toughness. 2 attack. Kicker 3. If the Gnarled Colony was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, so for 5 mana for 4 Is it good? Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has trample. Okay, so that's the reason to get a trample as well. Okay. Then we have some enchantment for 2 mana. When Ranger class enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 green wolf per token. Okay, so we have the wolf. Then we have in the level 2, which is whenever you attack, put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature. Alright. And then we're having level 3 for 4 mana. You may look at the top card of your library anytime you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. So that's great. That's great. Then we're having some creature for 2 mana to do with the kicker. So we have some plant skeleton. If most speed skeleton was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 3. Whoa. Wow. By 5 then, okay. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on the creature you control, if most speed skeleton is in your graveyard, you may put most speed skeleton on the top of your library. So we can constantly remove this from the graveyard to the top of the library, and then if we actually having the 4 copies of the Ranger class, then we'll be able to have the ability to play this from the top of the library, which we don't because we just having the 1 copy. But I mean, this is like probably good combo, but lots of buts, right? The thing is, you know, those decks are not really like made to be efficient, right? We don't have any like cards we really want to have in 4 copies of them, but I don't even have the ability to create this because I have like 0 rares, so I'm not able to craft that anyway. Poison Decap, which I've been using for today's session for like last 5-6 games. Destroy target creature if this spell was foretold. Scry 2, which was great. That Scrying 2 ability is great. It's just great. Balaget Recover. So this is a great card as well because we can actually return target card from your graveyard to your hand. For 3 mana. Although we might use this in some situation just to play as a land. And then the Ooze Reef Oran, or Oran Reef Ooze, 3 mana to 2 is a really amazing card, just simply because we actually, when we entering the battlefield, we can put a 1/1 counter on the target creature you control, so we can choose a different. And then whenever Oran Reef Ooze attacks, put a 1/1 counter on each attacking creature with a 1/1 counter on it. So each attacking creature is going to be boosted. That's great, even more so. Then we're having some legendary cards, right? It's called legendary. I don't know the rare. Excuse me, not legendary. Well, I say it's a legendary. What I meant it's a rare. That's what I meant. It's legendary rare, basically. Yeah. So 3 mana, Hydra Horror, and it's Gramco, Mao, Skyclave, Ravager. Jesus, those names. Enters the battlefield with 3 counters on it, +1/+1, 3 +1/+1. So it's going to be for 3 mana, 3/3. But it's not the end of the story yet, because whenever another creature you control dies, if it had a +1/+1 counter on it, put a 1/1 +1/+1 counter on the Grakmo. On the Grakma, and when the Grakma dies, creates an XX black and green Hydra creature token, where X is the number of 1/+1/+1 counters on Grakmo. And just give me a second of time. Whenever the Grakmo dies, create an XX black and green Hydra creature token. Okay, so basically this is dying and then we're creating the token to the value of the stats. Okay. Not bad at all. It's a shame we don't really having a trample, because what's the point to having like 20/20 on the table with no trample at all? Just saying, Skyclave, Shadowcat for mana, sacrifice another creature, put a 1/1 counter on Skyclave, Shadowcat. Not really fond of those mechanics unless we're having like lots of token to spare, and then whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on its dice, draw a card. Whenever a creature you control, okay. I mean, I see the point of using this, although we're really having like we're just going to use maybe the Fange Death. somehow, some way. We need to sacrifice. 1 second. And now we need to sacrifice. Do we actually have something to sacrifice here? We can sacrifice constantly the most speed skeleton. Because we can actually take this from the graveyard, so that's supposed to be 4 copies. There's no question asked. Changeling, this is great. At some point, exile a creature card from your graveyard, put 2/1/1 counters on target creature, activate this on only as a sorcery speed, but still 3 mana plus 2/2. That's great. Master Symmetries. 4 mana as well. Reach. Whenever a creature you control with power equal to its toughness attacks, it gains trample until end of turn. And there we go. And then we're having for the Grakma, the trample from the Grakma. Grakmo. Whatever I'm supposed to spell this. Struggle for Scamper. This is not bad. I mean, it's a Portal cost, so we can just try to set up this for the future turn. Put 1/1 counter on target creature you control, and then we can actually target as a removal, because then that creature fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, so that's great way of removing other creature and binding the Old Gods. This is Saga, and it's going to be for 4 mana. And this Saga enters, and after you draw, step, add a lower counter, sacrifice after 3. Okay. As the Saga enters, and after you draw, step, add a lower counter. So we're having like 3 lower counters, and the first one is going to be a destroy target non-land permanent and opponent's control. Non-land permanent. Okay, so we actually having like removal for 4 mana. It's not bad. Then search your library for a forest card, put it into the battlefield tap, then shuffle. So that's alright as well. Creatures you control gain death touch until end of turn. That's okay, right? 4 mana. And then we are having the red Incaster or Inkcaster. It's a creature vampire warlock. 5 mana. I already don't like the stats. So I don't even need to read this to remove this card just from the deck. Honestly, 5 mana, 2/2, but okay, we'll see. When Tenured Incaster enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter or target creature. Okay. Okay, we're just going to put a counter for 5 mana. Wow. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on its attack, each opponent lose 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, so that's sort of the mechanic behind this is probably like we are having already like 3, 4, 5. We're just gonna say like 3 on the table. Creatures with the counter, yeah, because whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on its attacks, each opponent lose 1 life. Let me get this straight. Whenever a creature you control, so that's going to be multiply by every creature we're attacking, or this is just basically we attacking with 20 creatures and the opponent losing 1 life. Whenever a creature you control. No, I think so. That's working like doesn't really matter how many creatures we are having. It's just counting like opponent losing 1 life. I think even if that will be the case, like we are attacking with 3 creatures, it's still like too expensive to have. So we don't even need to think about it. We still need to remove 4 cards because we want to put just 4 Duruses. It's like no question asked about it. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature non-land card from that pile, discarded card. Easy peasy. So we need to remove another 2 cards. We'll see what's that going to be. Vornicles, Monstrous Rider. Vornicles, Monstrous Rider. Okay, so 6 mana. Okay, legendary creature, 3x and creator. Okay, Trample Heist. I like it. I like it already. I don't even need to read this. We're having Trample Heist. I'm fine with that, but just to understand and clarify what's going on. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, put twice that mana of each of those kind of counters on that permanent or players instead. Yay, happy days. So instead of 2, we're putting 4. Instead of 1, we're putting 2, right? It's great. Was the second part of this card. If an opponent would put one or more counters on a permanent or player, that they put half that many of each of those kinds of counters on that permanent or player instead. Rounded down. Okay. So that's great as well. So if we are having the mirror match and we playing the first the Vornicles, whatever, pre-Axion, pre-Aether, so we better off with our counters. So Okri Jelly, it's 1 green, an X, and it's a trample, and it's a creature, and it's a ooze. And the Jelly enters the battlefield with X counters on it. So let's say 5 mana we're going to spend, so it's going to be 4/4. And we're having the split ability. When Okri Jelly dies, if it had 2 or more counters on it, create a token that's a copy of it at the beginning of the next end step. The token enters the battlefield with half the mana. Yeah, that's what I thought, like a split counters on it, rounded down. So going to be 6/6, so we'll having like 3/3. So that's not bad at all, but I think just the idea behind playing this card is not really waiting for like massive amount of mana. It's just basically we just playing to another card with the ability to adding the counters. At the end of the day, it's everything about adding the counters here. Or do we really need this? Do we really need this? Sacrifice another creature. I don't really feel like I really want to play this and sacrifice anything, because the only creatures we want to sacrifice are like a Mospit skeletons. Although I still want to remove two cards. I do not really like overthink this deck because there is no point anyway. Maybe remove that ooze. Do I need that ooze? That's the question. I think everything in this deck is about the counters because of playing that Phyrexian. Then if that Phyrexian is on the table and then we're playing something with that mechanics to adding the counters, we adding twice more, but this is like 6 mana. So everything was going to be like advantages for us is after 6 turn. 6 turn we probably either already dead or either we won already the game. So I don't really feel like I want to sacrifice anything. The Duress is obviously the 4 copies. And then it's sort of like some tiny fix to the deck. But probably it's going to be working slightly better. Also, with that being said, I changed something. No, we can play, okay. I sometimes change the cards and then apparently we're not able to play the game. Okido, you go first. I'm happy with that. Unfortunately for us, we don't have the black mana. But also with that being said, having like 3 lands. I don't know, I'm strange, I know, but I'm just gonna keep it. We have 3 green, so hopefully it's going to be a black mana soon. Going to prep this for later on. another green. We're just gonna go with, well, with 2 creature. There's a point to do this. Not really, isn't it? We're just going to prep this as well for later and just pressing the next and the end of turn. And we need 1 black mana. Be happy, sort of happy-ish, which we don't have any. Keycard, we need to play this with the keycard. We need a 5 mana. I know I'm crazy, I started like that, but we need another land. Oh gee, we fucked, isn't it? Like, that's like too much power. Okay, we're having some land, but I don't know, seems like it's a little bit too late, right? 2, so it's going to be 4/4. That's going to be a tapped. Well, actually having the removal, right? Here. We can play this for like 1, so it's 2 mana. Like for free? I don't know. I fucked up. That's me. That's always me. I fucked this hard, but okay, we're just gonna do like this. Like what he's having on the hand, removing some crap. It's supposed to be 1/1. I assume we just need to remove destroy target creature with power for like this. I mean, I don't even want to read this, but I think that's the thing which we're supposed to remove. Jesus. Okay. I mean, we're dead anyway, right? Why? Yeah, we have the blockers, but we don't really have any like a black mana. We'll do more blockers from that feign death. Right. I just said that we don't have a black mana, so yeah, we lose. Oh well. Nothing happens. Although I might block those 2, right? But too much hassle. Okay, I think that's enough with this deck. 1-2 games, lose one. Trying to jump to something new. And this is like weekly win rewards. Okay, so we can actually do the weeklies, which is the 15 games we need to win. That's not that bad. I mean, I can do this during the whole week. I probably will swap to the Magic, like playing a couple of games on daily basis, but still with those decks and my current knowledge of game, that'll be like really hard because right now I'm playing for like 2 hours. 2 hours, I'm gonna say like 2 hours because I'm reading a lot as well, so I want 2 games. That's not really the way you want to play the game. Okido. Testing, well, checking more starter decks. So we've been playing the Growing Hunger, we've been playing the Avalanche, we've been playing the Control Center and Dungeon Delving. So what's left? It's 5 decks left: Fireworks, Lifeline, Savage Lands, Sky Patrol, and the Treasure Hunt. And I think we need to edit them, all of them, in order to remove like some total rubbish, although there's not really a better way to just play it straight away to understand the cards. And do we really like them or not? I'm just going to play. We need to choose the deck and just play. Oh well, we actually need to remove some cards. So we need to check that. Okay, so we're just going to play the Lifeline. Just like that. The rest of the decks we need to set up to remove a little bit of cards. Actually, 1 each, and in one deck was free. Lots of lands. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it. Having some creature here, so that's going to be alright. The top land, the another land. The third turn, this is going to be this one, and then we're having some spells. Actually, we're having something on the second turn. It's even better though. This is lifelink, and this was the whenever Prosperous Innkeeper enters the battlefield, creature Kizuma, create a treasure token. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Okay, so I assume we're just going to play this. Then we're just going to gather the life. And the reason for getting the more life, I don't know why. You gain 2 life, target creature gets XX until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. Okay. So I'm just going to play next. Out of turn. Need to pass. And it's just our turn. It's going to play the land, obviously, because why not? And that's the name of the game, right? Celestial Unicorn. We're just buffing this like crazy. You gain 2 life, target creature gets XX until end of turn, and then this is going to get life from this one. So we're just gonna attack the treasure, add green mana, and do. I fucked up! I just played this right now, right? So. Ah! And this is until end of turn. Okay, so we're just going to do like that. Just going to attack with this one. Okay, so that's okay. That's okay though. You know what I thought? I'm just going to add on this one the +2/+2, and it's just going to be at the end of the turn. But that's fine. That's fine. We utilize this card. Okay, the Learnig. Just gonna play the land, and we are having the lifelink creature. We are having some instants. Some add 1 mana of color druid for 4 mana, add X mana of any color where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. Right, but we don't really going to get much life, so that's sort of useless-ish. We need 5 mana to play this like with the kicker. So we can play 3 of those. Oh. Okay. Going to attack with everything. I mean, it's strange he just don't have the lands, or no, he's just having the 4 lands. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think so. He's just trolling us, but this is a bronze after all, so people don't really care. Okay, that will do. Yay, rank up. What that means? Bronze tier 2. I don't know. We can actually lose the games, like to drop from the bronze. I don't think so. I mean, with me, there is the issue right now to win any game at all. So, are we getting some reward? Gold. And that experience, what that do? That experience actually giving us the rewards, right? So. We can choose something from here, right? Oh, that's the way we need to start from. What's most exciting? Oh, we actually can have some sleeve. So maybe I'm just going to try to target some nice sleeve. I like the most. I mean, to be honest with you guys, like everyone is sort of like nothing really nice, isn't it? Like some transformer or something. Maybe this one. None of them are really nice. Okay, so maybe we are going to like something like some nice spell. Maybe this. Card style. Target opponent sacrifice a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life. Draw a card. Like 5 mana spell, then repeat this process. I don't know. Can't read it through. But I really like the black already. What about the blue? Legendary land. Probably I won't be able to get all those Dynasty Mastery because there's going to be next week new expansion, right? Not really much to think about what I'm going to choose. I'm not going to play red anyway. Okay, I'll just go with the black. Yay. And the price. No, we're not really going to be able to do the second orb. Maybe those 3 packs. Right, I'm going to get... Maybe not yet. But I will do later on. Going to get two packs. Deck. So what I was talking about, we want to check the lifeline first and then set a press to be able to play in the standard games. That was the deck? Yeah, that was the deck. Very class. So 1 white mana, gain the next level as a sorcery to add this ability. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control for 4 mana, and then 5 mana level 3. When this class become level 3, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain life equal to its toughness. That's great. Fortifying Drought. 1 green. And we're getting 2 life. And then that creature gets +1. Excuse me, plus X plus X until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. Okay. Revitalize 2 mana, you gain 3 life, draw a card. So 2/2/2 lifelink. Devouring Tendrils, 2 mana, sorcery speed, target creature you control this damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. When the permanent you don't control dies this turn, you gain 2 life. We need to actually somehow try to heal our minion to get that life. Boost the other minion. Would that make any sense? That's the idea of this. Target creature you control this damage equal to its power to target creature or placeholder. Okay, you don't control. Okay, so that's normal thing. And then whenever the permanent you don't control dies this turn. Okay. So sorry me, my bad. We're actually removing the opponent's permanent and then we're getting the 2 life, so that's great. Inscription of Abundance, 2 mana, instant kicker for free. When we're going to play this with the kicker cost. We can choose all of those 3, but if not, for 2 mana, we are either putting 2 counters, 1/1, target creature, target player against X life, where X is the greater power among creatures they control. Target player gain X life, where X is the greatest power among creatures. So, for example, if we're having the creature which is 4/4, and that's the best creature we're having with the most power, we're just going to get 4 life, which is great. Creature you control, fight target creature you don't control, target creature. So all those 3 are good. Prosperous Innkeeper, that's great. That's what we've seen before. 2 mana, 1/1. When Prosperous Innkeeper enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. And the treasure token, what's that do? It's sacrifice this artifact, add 1 mana of any color. That's great. Having the token which we're getting any mana of the color. And with the artifacts, it's funny fact because... Excuse me. With the mana abilities, it's funny fact because we can actually use them instantly, although the sacrifice we can use instantly as well. And doesn't really matter if it's a mana ability or not with sucking the cards. So drink some water. Okie doke. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Really great card. There's supposed to be like 4 copies here. Trellisara, Moon Dancer, 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on Trellisara, Moon Dancer, and scry 1. Also amazing card. Celestial Unicorn, 3 mana, 3/2. Whenever you gain a life, put 1/1 counter on Celestial Unicorn. I think I'm just going to, I will just create something, some cards. We're just going to remove something. Or Celebrant. Whenever Curse Celebrant or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain 1 life. Well, actually, it's helpful for the rest of the cards, but it's not really boosting himself. Minimus Containment, 3 mana. It's an aura enchantment. We can enchant London Permanent. Enchantment Permanent, it's a treasure artifact. With sacrifice this artifact, add 1 mana of any color. And it's lose all other abilities. Okay, so sort of removal for 3 mana. Righteous Valkyria, so that's what we've been struggling playing against. Few games before. 3 mana to 4 flank. Whenever another angelic or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. As long as you have at least 7 life more than your starting life total, which is 27. Creates, creatures you control get +2/+2, so that's really crazy good card. Lurking Roper, 3 mana for 5, just for 3 mana. What's the issue? Lurking Roper doesn't untap during your untap stuff. Oh, okay. Whenever you gain life, untap Lurking Roper. Oh, okay. Okay, so sort of it's not untapping, but it is. But also, I don't really feel like I want to play it. But also, with that being said, it's 3 mana for 5, right? Nice body to block. I was just gonna keep it, whatever. Icing Death, Frost Tyrant, Legendary Creature Dragon, 4 mana for 3. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 token legendary artifact. Whenever equipped creature attacks tap target creature defending player's control. Okay, so we can remove sort of from the combat phase one opponent's creature, flank and vigilance. So we don't need to tap during the attack. When Icing Death, Frost Tyrant dies, create Icing Death Frost Tongue, which is that token legendary artifact. And we already read this through. Yeah, I mean it's 4 mana, right? So it's good. It's not like something crazy good, but still, it's a flying and vigilance. 4 mana to 5, so adds 1 mana of any color, so that's great. And on top of that, we're having like ability to add X mana of any color, where the X is the amount of life you gain this turn, just only this turn. But still, if you're getting 2, then we can actually gather 2 extra mana. I mean, I don't really know the reason behind actually playing something for 4 mana and then later on getting like a little bit of extra of mana, because there's no really like huge. Oh, well, they are. Maybe they are okay. Gonna leave it. You meet in the tavern. 4 mana is a sorcery speed. Chosen one. Form a party, which is look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of creatures cards from among them and put them into your hand. So that's scary, isn't it? Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So we can grab lots of creatures to the hand. That's great. Start a brawl. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. That's a really weak overrun, +2/+2, but still. It's good. There's a variation you can choose from it, so it's not that bad after all. Pillar Drop Rescuer, 5 mana. Flying. When Pillar Drop Rescuer enters the battlefield, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard onto your hands. So nothing really crazy. It's like value 3 or less. What do we want to get from? Well, that's actually value 3 or less. Value 3 or less. Value 3 or okay. Okay. Although it's not that bad after all, apparently. But I think there's much better options. Instead of getting like low cards for 5 mana, we want to put some 5 mana cards. to utilize this. I think I'm just going to remove this one. Dries to Arden. 5 mana, 3/3. Legendary creature, Elf Ranger, double strike. When Dries to Arden enters the battlefield, create Gun Weaver, whatever it's called. A legendary 4/1 cat creature token with trample. Jesus. Trample, so it's great. Whenever a creature dies, if it had power greater than Dries' power, put a number of 1/1 counters on Dries equal to the difference. So if that cat is going to die, then we are going to put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the difference, which is going to be +1, but still. It's alright. Valkyria Harbinger, 6 mana, 4/5 flying, lifelink. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 4 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. This is crazy good. That's amazing. That's supposed to be like 3 copies of this. Although it's 6 mana, but really amazing card. 1 is not enough because it's going to be removed, and also 1 is not enough because we might not draw this at all during the gameplay. And then the mana wise, we're talking about the 19 to 24 mana, which is good, I guess, because we are getting mana from some different sources, although not really from one card at 1 mana of any color, so that's not really the mana source we're looking for to. Although we actually having some other 2 cards which there can be combined to the land or either to getting the card from the graveyard. I don't know, I've seen 1 or 2 of those, right? Somewhere. I don't know, this deck seems like really good from those starting decks, obviously. I'm just looking right now what I really want to change, and it seems like I don't really want to change anything. Maybe like those 4 Celebrant. And then other than that, well, that Pillar Drop Rescuer is not really like my cup of tea, to be honest. Maybe this. Getting extra +1/+1. I don't know. I mean, let me think a second. Like 5 mana, it's too expensive. I don't want to play this. And I think I want to add some cards which we can actually take out the lands, deploy the lands. I mean, this is like great card, right? You wanna play this? Lotus Cobra probably is a great card here as well. Extra mana. But that's not the thing what we're looking for. I'm looking for the card. I don't know the name, but just for the searching for the land. Oh, that was it. Emergent sequence. Do we need this? Wonder. What do I want to change? Well, the whole idea is just to getting more life, or getting the life when there are actually creature on the table, right? I mean, this is not going to be useful here. Having 2 Lotus Cobras? Play this then. Those 2. Extra mana. Okay, though. So this deck, it's like really good for those starter decks. Lifeline. And right now I will just jump into preparing some other deck. Can be Firework. Into the next game. So you're having 2-1, and you're having either drawing a card, so that's great, or look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in an order. And both are okay. Into the royal 2 mana with the kicker, return target non-land permanent to its owner hand. If its spell was kicked, draw a card. So 4 mana we can also draw a card. Thundering Rebuke, 2 mana, dealing 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. 2 mana sorcery, expressive iteration. I mean, I just need to do like a standard. And this is not legal, right? Just to check. Can I just play this? No, I need to remove it. That's a shame. So we need to remove this one. Do we need to remove something else? I think that should be it. Castle Roll Chaser. So you have 2 mana, legendary creature card, human wizard. The flying and the haste. The next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less to cast, where X is the number of wizards you control as this ability resolves. Okay. Maybe some use. I don't know. Apparently it's a wizard deck. So 2 mana for free, defender. So we're not able to attack with this. But when we're actually casting or copying an instant or sorcery spell, then we can attack. So basically we'll be able to attack with this. Demon Bolt, 3 mana, Demon Bolt deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and then we're having D4 at all, so we can prep this for 2 and then play it for 1. So it's 3 mana for free, legendary creature, giant wizard. Whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent's control, it deals excess damage if a giant wizard or spell you control deal damage to it. This turn draw a card. So one more time, we're basically drawing the card when whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls, it deals excess damage if a giant wizard or spell you control did damage to his. To understand this, what's going on? Opponent's control deals excess damage. So we need to deal that excess damage. Then we are able to buy the giant wizard or a spell we control, then we draw the card. That's what I think, at least. Prismary command, 3 mana. Sacrifice the sacra. Sacrifice the artifact, add 1 mana of any color. Choose 2. Deal 2 damage to any target. Draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. Create a treasure token. Destroy target artifact. So usually we will go with 2 damage and drawing cards. It's okay. Umara Mystic. Playing whenever you cast an instant or sorcery or wizard spell, Umara Mystic gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Then we're having the Demilich, which is crazy good card for mana for 4. Just simply because when we're attacking, we can exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard and copy it. And then we can play that copy. Archmage Emeritus, great because of the Magecraft. Same, it's just 1 copy. Did I read this? Umara Mystic? Yeah, I think so. Flank, whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, Umara Mystic get +2 until the end of turn, so we can just boost this to like really nice value of damage, power, whatever. Basalt Ravager, 4 mana for 2. When the Basalt Ravager enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to any target. Where X is the greatest number of creatures you control. That have a creature type. Not that have a creature type in common. So wizards. So we are having like 4 wizards, so we can deal 4 damage, so that's great. Any target. Huh. So we can even finish off the opponent, right? Maelstrom Muse is 4 mana to 4 flying. It's a wizard, Djinn creature. Whenever Maelstrom Muse attacks, the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less to cast, where X is Maelstrom Muse power as this ability resolve. So when we attack in the next instant, we are going to play our sorcery spell. You cast this turn, cost X less to cast, where X is the Maelstrom Muse power, so 2 less to cast. Although if we are able to boost this, but not in this deck, and it's going to have more power, then we can cast spells for even less though. Umara Wizard, Jesus, 5 mana. And whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, Umara Wizard gains flying until end of turn. Okay. I mean, it's 5 mana for free, it's nothing amazing though, but still it's a wizard and still we can use it as a land, so okay. 5 mana. Very fireball, instant. So you're rolling the dice. Deal 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If we roll a 20. And this is that good? Not really. Well, it is an instant, excuse me. 1 to 9 deals 2 damage to each player. 10 to 20 deals 2 damage to each opponent. I mean, this is like total crap, isn't it? Like, let's just remove this. 7 mana. What the heck? Like, creative outburst. These 5 damage to any target, okay? Look at the top 5 cards of your library, okay? Put one of them into your hand and the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Discard creative outburst, create a treasure token. So you want me to say, you want me to pay 7 mana to deal 5 damage? And then look in 5 cards and then just grabbing one card to my hand? Like, the worst card I ever seen. Maybe not the worst card I ever seen, but 7 mana to play like crap. Unless that 5 damage is the way to finish off the game. Okay, we're just gonna leave it, but it's like really funny. 7 mana. I don't know. Nah, I'm just going to remove. Multiple choices. Okay, so what we're having like a scry one and draw a card. 2, you may choose a player, they return a creature they control to its owner hand. If it's 3, create a 4/4 or for 4 mana, 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token, and if it's 4, which is a 5 or more, do all of the above. Okay, so we're just playing this for 5 and then we can scry 1, draw 1, returning the opponent's creature to the hand, creating the elemental token, and that's it. That's not bad. Depends on how much mana we have. Meteor Swarm. So these 8 damage divide as you choose among X target creatures and or planeswalkers. I don't know, that X means we can just choosing the targets? Or that X means what that means? Yeah, that means just how many targets we want to. So like we need to play 4 mana, so we can just target 2 creatures for 4. And then we have the Island Mountains. River Glide Pathway. 1. Nice, really nice land. And then the some tap lands. So we go with 24 lands. And we're missing 5 cards. And I don't really know what I want to add. Probably the counter spells. Red, blue, so the counter spells. They should be here. There are any better counter spells? Mm. Looking for some normal counter spells. Oh, also we're having the shocks. Like adding this. 4 copies. Removals. This is like no-brainer. That's supposed to be here. It's a red and blue, so that's the way to play. Doesn't really feel like I need this to attack to be able to pay less for. Yeah, this is like not really useful. The highest spell in this deck is like 3 mana calls, and we are not going to play this for 3 mana calls. We're probably going to play this for 1. So, I mean, this is the wizard. But other than that, not really use for this. I'm going to add the shock, and then we're just going to add another extra counter spell or whatever. Yeah, then another negate, right? Because we can heal the creatures, so we don't need to counter them, and we have negate to counter the other spell. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to prep the rest of the decks just for tomorrow. I don't know I'm going to play tomorrow, but the idea is to play on Saturday, on the Sundays as well. Because this is actually like time consuming to prepping the decks. Even though they're just obviously the starter decks, but I want to change them slightly. I don't really want to play the other cards that are on those decks. I'm just going to play one game, maybe. Is this still this deck? Invalid. 2 cards. Oh, we cannot play. Box. I don't know about that. Because they actually put that. That was already here. Maybe it's not legal. The standard. Okay, 5 cards. And just put the crap for crap, and there we go. Ah, they need to be like a proper meal deck. What's that do? We're having this cry option. Cry tool. This is not bad, but 1 copy. You can scry. I just put whatever. The counter spells. Oh. Yeah, I think I want to go with this because that was already over there. And then with the dragon to finish off, and then just going to check if it's actually working or not. Yeah, it's working right now, okay. Right, lots of mana. Lots of mana and lots of useless cards. So yeah, we're just gonna mulligan this. And that will do because we can draw the cards after all. Feel like useless cards, but we need to keep something at some point. I'm just going to do like this. Okay. Third turn, I'm just going to play the Giant Wizard. Yeah, or maybe not. We're just going to check and wait what's going on in order to maybe counter something. But we're not going to counter, we're just going to draw the cards because creatures you control get. You really want to counter this? Do I really want to counter this? Draw 2 cards and discard this? Now we're just going to draw 2 and discard 2. Yeah, excess damage, then we can actually draw the card. We're just going to attack whatever. Diminish. I think I throw away the blue mana, yes I am. It's like kind of that shouldn't be here. This card shouldn't be here at all. As an additional cost sacrifice, but I mean, I don't really need to use this, do I? Because we're having another one on the hand, so it's to resolve this. There's no point. We're losing negate for something which we can negate later on. Then we're having 2 mana on another card, so that's great. So yeah, this card is just supposed to be removed. And those things, like at the first glance, well, if you're probably playing a lot of Magic, you will notice, although like 3 mana in the 2-color deck there shouldn't be, but what I try to say, I don't know why I put it. But also that was in the first place anyway. I just put it back. Well, we need to kill this, right? Flying Vigilance. Is it our turn right now? Yeah, it's our turn. Yeah, just so I just supposed to kill this and then I'll be able to attack with both, right? So I mess up like always. Because then I can use the Demon Bolt. I'm supposed to use the Demon Bolt and be able to attack with both. Can draw the cards, okay. The beginning of your end step. If you gain 3 or more life this turn, create. I think we need to counter this. That's the thing, like, if I would done this the last turn, then I would be able to attack. Yay. I mean, I'm really happy about this, but it's like 2 useless cards, isn't it? So, well, I need a blue mana. Jesus. I don't need that creature. I don't know, I discard this card. Okay, I get it. So actually, I choose correctly. I can play this from the graveyard. So yeah, okay. I actually have the 4 instance, yeah. That's great because we're actually drawing the card. It's amazing. What does it do? 0/4. Whenever animals of night reach attack, it gets plus X plus 0 until end of turn. Whenever X is the number of creatures. Uh, cards in defending players' graveyards. Okay, so not really having much one right now. Well, for sure, I want to draw the cards, right? So just going to do like this. Yeah, just attack like that. Nothing exciting, I know. Each player gets control of all pronouns. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing, but I mean, I just want to draw the card. Two mana lands. We lose. Playing trample, maybe. Yeah, we didn't really draw anything, did we? So that's having the trample, so it's not really good. I draw in these cards too, but actually I wasn't nothing. Nothing exciting. Anyway. I think this game is lost anyway. Playing trample. Can't do anything about this. Yeah. Can't do anything here. Also, I don't really like this deck. I don't know. I don't mind losing because most of the games I'm losing right now, but it was like a great fun and great decks, and this fireworks doesn't really click in yet. Okay, but it's sort of prep for the future. We still like 3 left, right? Savage Lands, Sky Patrol, and the Treasure Hunt. Mm-hmm. I think I have enough for today. Playing the Magic. That's what we need to change. Gold Snapdragon. We need to change this? It's going to be okay. No, we need to change this. Yeah, so it's going to remove lots of crazy cards. Although we definitely want to play like 4 copies of Duress if we're playing in black. Fireworks. Again, what we want to remove this card. We want to remove this card. Just add whatever. Try to draw a card. It's not bad. Dungeon delving. What's the problem here? What's the beer bug? Okay, just put some random card here. Doesn't really matter what's going to be. So in the standard, we're not able to play the alchemy cards, right? I think so. That A is alchemy, right? Uh, I don't know. I'm just going to put some angel here. Two of those. That will do. Still, it's not fixed. What's going on? The matter now. Oh, okay, Sir Angel apparently. I don't know why I don't have these standard cards. It's supposed to be always like that. No, that's a good thing, right? A copy of this, and we'll do the dragon. Okay, that will do. And still, 2 decks remains. Nine decks, right? All together starter decks. Is it? So I only didn't play the Treasure Hunt and Sky Patrol on the Savage Land, but I don't really feel like I want to play today anymore. But I will try to fix those decks for the future games. But also, like I said, the best way to understand which cards are sort of crappy is to just play it and figure it out during the gameplay. What's the idea behind this deck? Trample and haste. Lots of trample, lots of haste. Not legal. If it's not legal, why I see this card then? Probably the only legal cards then. What's that? Trample heist. That's a good, right? Whenever Wayward Guide Beast deals combat damage to a player, return a land you control. Hmm. That's not really good then. Not really good. We don't really want to return the land. I have to play this land again. Red Dragon. When a Red Dragon enters battlefield, it deals 4 damage to each opponent. Yay. I don't know what I really want to put. It doesn't really matter, just one card and just jumping to next. This is only for forests. I know what I can add. I can add Lotus Cobra. This everything kind of cheap here. Okay, 5 mana. 5 mana. Nah, the Cobra doesn't really fit. Seems like it's not really good fit. Oh, that's a good one. You may play lands from your graveyard. Yeah, well, but it's really cracking that, do we? If an land enters the battlefield, cause a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, which is the landfall ability. The ability triggers an additional time. I mean, this is crazy good, but we need to somehow, some way play the lands from the graveyard. There's the way to do this. Just simply need to be able to kill our lands, which is the emergent sequence. Pack tactics for for 2 mana free one. Whenever Hobgoblin Captain attacks, if you attack with creatures with total power 6 or greater this combat, Hobgoblin Captains gains first strike. Okay. 2 mana, this 3 damage to any target. Royal Eruption. If the spell was kick, it deals 5 damage instead. That's good. Trample and +2/+2, that's good as well. Pack tactics. 6 or greater this combat. Attacking for 6 or greater damage this combat. We are drawing a card. Until end of turn, Werewolf Pack Leader has base power and toughness 5/3. Gain trample, it's a human. That's great. Then we just one card. Basically, I want to remove 3 cards to add 3 cards to searching for the lands. 4 mana is indestructible. But obviously we can add the trample to it, and then if we deal the damage, we draw the card. That's not bad. That's a good card. Searching for a lance. And there you go, we're actually having Evolving Wilds. We can crack the lands. And then we can play this from the graveyard again. With this amazing ancient green warden, if we are going to be able to play this out. But also I might fix this deck. Just create another 3 copies, because we're having the mythic rares, but not really the point of doing the mythics rare for the like started deck, right? Although this is going to remain. I need to check this one. The next standard, no, that's not the next standard. The next standard is going to be Kamigawa, New Capena, Minaria United in the Brothers War. I don't know what's going to rotate out. September 2022, Zendikar, Kaldheim, Six Heaven, and Dungeons and Dragons are going to rotate out, and then we're having like Midnight Hunt, Chrismon, WoW, and so that's only the 2 left. And Neon Dynasty and New Capena, which is the next week. That's going to rotate out on September 2023. So I really wish to just grab them, but there's no point at all, just because they're just going to rotate out on September. Zendikar Rising is going to rotate out. Kaldheim, Strix Heaven, which is some School of Mages, and Dungeons and Dragons. So there's no point crafting anything, to be honest. Like, wait, see September. Okay, so I mean, we're just gonna leave it how it is. I'm really excited about this deck. I know, sounds strange for exciting to be excited for the deck, which is like started deck, but okay. Sky Patrol, adding the deck. So first the alchemy cards we want to remove. Vega, the Watcher. But this is like probably the deck just for the alchemy. Okay, prepared. Because that was like a core card, I assume. That's Vega the Watcher. So that's going to rotate out, this is going to rotate out, this is going to rotate out. September this year. Tricks. Dungeons and Dragons? That's a... Okay, so Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. Tricks Heaven. Dungeons and Dragons. So we actually will have Innistrad, Midnight Hunt, Crimson, WoW, Neon Dynasty, follows by New Capena, and that's going to be a new standard. That's September is going to be a great day, great time to start playing the standard for lots of people. Because just simply is going to be like massive rotation. Rule free, maybe. That's the way to play. Trample and haste. Rule 2. I'm just going to put this, whatever. 3 more cards. What's that do? Put your library for basic planes card for that put into your hand and shuffle. You may discard a card when you do. Return target permanent card with mana. With mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Do we actually having like 2 mana? Having some. Okay, so we can play this one as well. Another 2 cards. So we're having some creature and we can draw the card from it. Why not? And mana for artifact spells. And for the casting the ability, yeah. Activate an ability or cast an artifact spell. Don't really have any abilities, do we? So just 2, 1 free. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put one on counter on the Furious Bleeding. It gains flying until end of turn. Nice picture. I mean, there's right now we can play more, obviously, cards in the standard, so just gonna choose everything because well, the thing is like I don't really have lots of cards, so boss activate this ability only if this creature attack this turn and only once each turn. Okay. I don't know really what I'm looking for, to be honest, what I really want to play. I'm just going to use this. +2, +2. And I think I'm fine for today. Although I just won 3 games. Ooh, that can get some extra gold. So yeah, I know right now, like, grinding the gold in the Magic, if you don't have like a proper deck, I'm not talking like about net deck, but like at least having some like proper idea and do. Well, I have the idea, but I just don't have a card. So if you have the cards, then you can just do your own deck with lots of cards. That's good, but starter decks kind of really dodgy to grind. Okay, no, I'm just going to buy 2 packs and we read it through. What's going on? Mythics. We can buy mythics. So there we go. One. And another one. So they both will have the mythics inside. So that's great. So you're having 2 wild cards, uncommon and just a common. That's really great. Anchor to reality. 4 mana, sorcery speed as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. So that's obviously good because there's like lots of artifacts involved in this expansion. Search your library for an equipment or vehicle card. Put that card onto the battlefield and shuffle. If it has mana value less than the sacrifice permanent, mana value scry 2. You're searching the library for the equipment or vehicle card. Put that card onto the battlefield and shuffle onto the battlefield. If it has mana value less than the sacrifice permanents, scry 2. Usually there is other way around, right? So you're just going to sacrifice some crap to bring some really big threats to the table. So this is a good card. I can already add this to the last deck, which is with the vehicles, right? So that's great. What we having here? Some Rat Samurai. 3 mana, 3/2. Nezumi Blade Blesser has dead touch as long as you control an artifact. Nezumi Blade Blesser has menace as long as you control an enchantment. Okay. So we need to have the artifact and the enchantment. But from those two, I mean either one, right? Because if we have menace, we don't really need a dead touch, and then when we have in the death touch, we probably want to block something big. Season of Renewal. So 3 mana is an instant speed. Ooh, choose one or both. Return target creature card from graveyard to hand. Don't mind if I do. Return target enchantment card from graveyard to hand. Okay, so you can choose one of each. Sky Swimmer Koi. 4 mana, 3/3. Flying. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. That's alright. The drawing discarding mechanic is okay. But as you can see, that need to be like halfway of artifacts or like kind of loss of artifacts. And then we're having the Voltage Surge. For 1 mana instant as an additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice an artifact. Voltage Surge. Voltage Surge deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If this spell's additional cost was paid, we will deal 4 damage instead. So that's great. So we'll see. Ayo, the Dawn Sky. So that was the dragon legendary creature which we play against a few games ago. Or maybe that was the last one, I don't know right now. Anyway, 5 mana, 5/4, flying vigilance. When Ayo the Dawn Sky dies, choose one. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put any number of non permanent cards with total mana value 4 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. So, one more time. Looking at 7 cards from the library. Top 7. Put any number of non permanent cards. Non permanent cards with total mana value 4 or less. That's not anything crazy. Among them onto the battlefield, so you can choose 1 card and put 1 card for 4 mana. You can choose 4 cards with 1 mana each value and put 4 of them to the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. But usually it's just taking out 1 card and put to the battlefield. Put 2 1/1 counters on each permanent you control. That's a creature or vehicle. Uh-huh. So when it dies and we have lots of other vehicles, so we probably want to go with +1/+1 on each permanent to control. That's a creature or vehicle. Oh, okay, so creatures. So that's great. It's really nice. White blue obviously must be the thing. I assume at least. And then having another booster pack. Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Need to open it. Going to be obviously another nice card. Nice mythic card. But before that, need to take a look on what's going on here. So 5 mana, 3/4 flying. Whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield, non-token artifact, okay. Under your control, you may pay 2. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that artifact. Ooh, that's good. Still 5 mana. But then we are going to play something which is like huge and making another big, huge token. Other uncommon is the Naomi. Pillar of Order for 5 mana, legendary creature, human advisor. So we are having. Whenever Naomi Pillars of Order enters the battlefield or attacks, so we are entering the battlefield, we are already doing something, which is if you control an artifact and an enchantment. If you control an artifact, and so we need to having the artifact and an enchantment, then we're creating a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. That's great. And then 5 commons left. Favor of Jukai. 4 mana is a aura enchantment artifact or creature. So we can enchant the artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +3/+3 and has reach. So we can reach the flying units. And then we have something like called Channel, which is for 1 colorless and 1 green. Discard Favor of Jukai. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains reach until end of turn. So we can either play this for 4 mana or just discard this and play as a spell to get +3/+3 until end of turn. So either permanent +3/+3 or just in order to some specific situation we can just choose to play 2 mana. That's a great card. Crackling Emergence. 2 mana, it's the Aura. Red. 1 red mana and 1 colorless. Enchanted Land is a 3/3 red spirit creature with haste. It's still a land. So those 2 cards are amazing just to add to that red-green deck, which I've been trying to fix. If Enchanted Land would be destroyed, instead sacrifice Crackling Emergence and that land gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so that's maybe not that super idea because actually it's going to be indestructible, this land. Although this is like good usage for the land. I mean, we can attack and it's indestructible. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I really want to use it after all. If there wasn't be indestructible, then I can play from the grave. Due to that green card, which I forget the name. Ajano Exemplar. 2 mana. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So nothing really too crazy. And then we're having the Undercity Ranger for 3 mana, 1/4. 1 attack for toughness. Create a treasure token. Activate only if a creature died this turn. I don't know about that. So the creature need to die in order to be able to activate this ability. And the treasure token obviously was sacrificing to add 1 mana of any color. And then we having the Dramatis Puppet, 4 mana, 2/4 artifact creature. It's a construct. When Dramatis Puppet enters the battlefield for each kind of counter on target permanent, put another counter of that kind on it or remove 1 from it. Put another counter of that kind on it or remove 1 from it. So that's excellent card to this counter deck. Like we're having like lots of counters, +1/+1, but then you need like 4 copies of this. It's not like a big deal because it's just a common. So and then we're having the last card, which is Mythic, and this is the Desert Betrayer of Flesh. No clue what's that, but it's a Planeswalker, right? So need to be good. 2 colorless mana, 2 blue mana. We're having like 3 options. As usually they are. In some cases they're just like 1 or even 2. But usually are 3, right? The first activated ability of an artifact you activate each turn costs 2 less to activate. Okay. That's probably amazing. I just don't know any, cards so far, so I just need to check at some point. It was a great artifact with some nice activated abilities. But anyway, +1. Draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. So you actually can draw 2 cards and discard an artifact, which is great value, right? 2 for 1. Target artifact becomes an artifact creature. If it isn't a vehicle, it has base power and toughness for 4. Target artifact becomes an artifact creature. If it isn't a vehicle, it has base power and toughness for 4. So basically we can just find some whatever random artifact, which is going to be, for example, the treasure token, right? And this treasure token is going to be a 4/4 creature. So that's amazing. That's like amazing value, but I think we're just looking for that -6, which is you get an emblem. Oh, that's really scary. Emblems are scary usually. With whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, draw a card. Not that scary, but well, you never know. Attacking with 4 or 3, you're drawing 3 cards, right? Just because you're attacking. So overall, I think like it's crazy good card, but I mean I just don't know the value or the usage because, like I said, so I'm new into the Magic, so don't understand the meta. But that time might be a good card, might be like a crazy good card. Okie dokie. I have enough for today. Actually 4 hours. I thought I'm going to play like straight 8 hours, whatever, but I'm actually tired. Like I don't know, like you're on the keto maze, supposed to shouldn't be tired, but I'm sort of like I don't know, a little bit tired due to the fact that like a whole week was a busy though. So what I'm going to do right now is just going to do workout. Going for a bicycle right now outside the normal world for like half an hour or something to just catch some, air and stuff, and then I will do like at home some workout. Like I just need to refresh my brain like at least for 2 to 3 hours, and maybe I will just come back later on and play some Magic, or actually I fancy to grind a little bit the gold from the Hearthstone as well. So yeah, maybe I will just play later on, and that's it for today. There's probably nobody here anyway. I mean, I didn't really check. Didn't really check, but I assume like the Magic the Gathering is so niche title, so nobody really cares about like card games anyway. So yeah, that was it. So that's it for now. Thank you very much. If somebody was listening, somebody was there. Actually, yeah, like I said, I'm a little bit tired. I just need to do something with myself right now. And then yeah, then maybe later on I will be. But if not, I will be probably tomorrow. So thank you very much, guys, for watching, and see you guys. And have a nice weekend, because it's just beginning of the weekend, right? It's just 1 o'clock. Lots of time to do some positive stuff for yourselves. Bye.